Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting of Committee of the Whole for Tuesday, February 21st, 2023 to order. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll need a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda. Mover and seconder, moved by Councillor DeFlavio, seconder, Councillor Frank. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Frank. Resolved that the February 21st, 2023 Committee of the Whole agenda be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to adoption of the previous minutes. Committee of Adjustment minutes from October 18th, December 20th, 2022, and January 17th, 2023. Mover. All right, Councillor Vardy, you'd like to lift something? Which meeting is it from?
Adoption of previous minutes, the Committee of Adjustment minutes. Sorry, it's in planning, excuse me.
Need a mover and seconder for approval. Moved by Councillor Charwa, seconder, Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Charwa, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the Committee of Adjustment minutes of October 18th, 2022, December 20th, 2022, and January 17th, 2023 be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, our delegation this evening is Jacob Hanlon, Food Cycle Science, Municipal Food Waste Diversion Program with federal funding. Good evening, Jacob. He's on Zoom? All right.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council and staff. Just want to say thank you for having me on tonight. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, well, I'll get started. So I'm Jacob Hanlon. I'm the Municipal Program Coordinator at Food Cycle Science, and I'm here to discuss a food waste program opportunity for Grimsby. Just to speak a little bit about our company here, Food Cycle Science is a Canadian company, and we're based out of Ottawa, and we're 100% focused on food waste diversion solutions. We do this using our innovative technology called the Food Cycler. Our in-home food recycler is sold direct to consumers through our partners like Vitamix and Breville, to classrooms through our partnerships with not-for-profit organizations, and to municipalities through our Food Cycler Municipal Solutions division. So our municipal solutions help many small, rural, remote, and northern communities keep food waste out of their landfills. We're currently working with 70 Canadian municipalities across 7 provinces and territories, from Nelson in British Columbia up to Hay River in the Northwest Territories, and then several communities in Ontario who are often facing struggles with food waste management or where green bins aren't necessarily an option. We know that the Niagara region oversees a lot of the waste and services for Grimsby, and we believe that our solution can work well to kind of bridge the gap that you may be facing. So just to speak a bit about the problem here. So the problem with food waste is that it is avoidable. It accounts for a large portion of our household waste, often a majority, and it's mostly made up of liquid, which is heavy and freezes in the winter. On top of that, food waste in landfills is responsible for generating harmful greenhouse gases, and all these factors make it so that food waste is a problem that has a strong municipal impact. So one of the impacts of municipalities is that since food waste makes up such a large portion of our waste stream, it's causing our landfills to fill up quickly. Operating a landfill is obviously quite costly, and we want to extend the lifespan of our landfills for as long as possible. In terms of an environmental impact, when organic waste is in landfills, it produces methane gas, which is quite a bit more harmful than CO2. And to put that into perspective, taking 1 ton of food waste out of the waste stream is the equivalent of taking 1 car off the road for an entire year. In our communities, putting food waste in the garbage causes odors, which is unpleasant for humans, but it tends to attract animals like bears and raccoons who like to go through our trash. Removing food waste from the garbage eliminates these issues and it reduces the overall volume. So this can save on hauling and disposal fees, can save space in the landfill, and it can save residents on hassle as well as any excess waste fees. So we often get asked, haven't we solved this already? And there are green bins, which are common in big cities with high population densities and with the right infrastructure. But this could be pretty cost prohibitive or operationally challenging to implement. And many people in your community might backyard compost, and we think that is a great solution. But unfortunately, backyard composting is not feasible for everyone. It's certainly not a year-round solution, and there's still the concern about bears and other animals. And then finally, the easiest solution is the landfill organic waste, but the long-term impacts here are costly and harmful to the environment. So at Food Cycler, what we've done is we've proposed a different way to deal with our food waste. And this really focuses on making it really easy to deal with and right in our homes. Essentially, what we've done is built a small kitchen appliance. It's about the size of a bread machine, and you can put in your food waste, which includes meat, poultry, fish, dairy, even some bones. You push a button, and then in a matter of hours, you have a dry, sterile, odorless, and nutrient-rich soil amendment. The machine can be used anywhere that has a plug. Most people will store it in their kitchen or their basement or perhaps in a heated garage. And the Food Cycle will process on average 1 to 3 kilograms of food waste per cycle. Each cycle takes between 4 and 8 hours to complete, and it uses about a kilowatt hour of power, which is essentially the equivalent to having a computer plugged in for the same amount of time. And what you get is a resulting handful of dry, sterile, and odorless soil amendment, which can be used in your gardening, in your existing composting system, can be given to a local farm, or processed with leaf and yard waste systems. Now, I want to emphasize that the Food Cycler's process reduces the volume and weight of food waste by about 90%, and the end product is completely dry and sterile, and it still holds a lot of the nutrients that help with plant growth. So we currently have 2 options for residents in our municipal programs. The FC30 on the left there can hold 2.5 liters of food waste, while the Maestro on the right can hold 5 liters. And although it has the double capacity of the FC30, the overall size of both units is very similar, which is about a cubic foot. And from an environmental standpoint, the Food Cycler is comparable to backyard composting and central composting without taking into account any transportation emissions. But what it does is it represents an approximate reduction of greenhouse gas impacts by about 95% when you compare it to sending food waste to the landfill. In terms of an economic impact, our solution offers a return on investment by significantly reducing your waste management costs. And what you end up seeing is savings of upwards of $100 to $150 per ton versus traditional methods that would involve hauling and disposal. Now, one thing we've learned from our municipalities is that residents are very interested in being part of the solution. They often want to try new things, they want options, and they want their government to bring these things to their community. So with the Food Cycler, you get to bring something innovative and tangible to your residents, and they don't need to live in a big city to be able to divert their organics. We believe food waste diversion is available and should be available to all Canadians, no matter where they live. And then on top of this kind of social pressure are the impacts of different regulations that are coming to us here in Ontario. There are a number of diversion targets, whether it's through province or through climate action plans, that are going to be coming into effect here over the next few years. So with the Food Cycler, what we're doing is reducing waste at the source, and we're focusing on that low-hanging fruit, as we like to call it, because since food waste accounts for such a large portion of household waste, it's the single most impactful strategy to achieving these diversion targets. So what we have here is, with our 4,700 households and 40 municipalities that have completed the Food Cycler program, we have a 98% participation rate, where 98% of pilot program participants state that they'll continue using the Food Cycler after the pilot period. We have a great user experience rating of 4.6 out of 5 stars, and a net new diversion of 300 kilograms of food waste per year from each participating household. And another thing that we see is a high rate of awareness and prevention, because kind of the best way to reduce food waste is to just be more aware of it and prevent it before it even happens. So this is kind of a qualitative aspect of the program that we've been seeing within our programs. So I'll just quickly speak on the federal funding here, and I know I'm throwing a lot of information at you, so I'm happy to answer any questions at the end of the presentation, but basically last summer, Food Cycler was selected as a finalist for Impact Canada's Food Waste Reduction Challenge, which is a three-part initiative from the Government of Canada to reduce Canada's food waste. And as a finalist, we were awarded with $400,000 of prize money and tasked with finding more Canadian municipalities as implementation partners. And what we're doing is using this funding to invest directly into our pilot projects at a heavily subsidized price. And these pilots will help us move into the final stage, which will hopefully allow us to win the grand prize of $1.5 million that goes right back into these municipal programs within Canada. And then as well, any municipal partners that partner up with us leading up to this, they have the right of first refusal on any subsequent funding that we would get from the challenge. So just to briefly go through this pilot program timeline, essentially what it is a 12-week project where residents would purchase a food cycler at the subsidized rate from their municipality. They'll use the unit and track the number of cycles per week. And then at the end, they get to keep their food cycler, and we ask them to complete a brief survey so we can evaluate the program's success. The results are then presented back to you in a final report or a feasibility study. And this data can then be used to support future waste management decision-making or accompany a recommendation for a grant application or to expand the program. And then part of this program as well is on our side, we offer some final report and grant writing support through our government relations and grant support team. And just to briefly go over the subsidy model here, the funded pilots will work based on a model where we at Food Cycle Science provide an initial discount. We then add in the federal investment from Impact Canada, and this gets the price of each unit down by about 50%. We then ask the municipality to subsidize the cost by $100 per household that's involved, and then participating residents will have the option to choose which model best suits their household and their budget, and then they'll contribute the remaining amount. And then after the 12-week pilot, the food cycler is theirs to keep. We have some recommendations here for different pilot sizes based off populations within municipalities. These are merely recommendations based off of our past pilot programs, and we're happy to tailor any programs to your specific budgets or needs. So just to wrap up here, we want to thank you for listening to this presentation, and we want to welcome the town of Grimsby as a partner in this food waste reduction challenge, as we believe that your community could be a good fit for the benefits of this program. Today, I ask that you kindly receive our presentation as information, and should there be any interest in partnering with us on a funded pilot program, I ask that you refer this to staff for a report and a recommendation. So again, I just want to say thank you so much for allowing me to present, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Jacob. Certainly a very interesting product and very effective in reducing household green waste. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Jacob. I think this is a brilliant idea, and I certainly would support the idea of council taking part of this, or Grimsby taking part of this. I think there'd be a lot of people who'd be interested in this pilot program, and I think price-wise, that would be great. One thing that you mentioned here, and I just said that you have an affordable option for low-income residents. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely, and I appreciate the comments you just made. In terms of the affordable option, we basically provide municipalities with the option to have up to 10% of the amount of units that they have in their pilot program. So let's say up a 100 household program, they could have 10 units that we would subsidize even heavier. And it would ultimately be up to the municipality whether they want these units to go to schools, if there's some sort of selection criteria for some low-income residents. But we essentially want a percentage of the program to be made available to either schools or lower-income households or services. That's completely an option. It doesn't have to happen, but we ultimately want it to be available and then leave it up to the municipality to decide how that's going to work for them.
Thank you very much, and I think this would be great as part of what our green initiatives that we'll be considering in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So, Jacob, have you put these pilots in place in other municipalities, is my first question. I see a lot of potential for high-density residential because diverting waste in high-density residential is very difficult. Compost and recycling is frequently not used in high-density because it's difficult and it's difficult to deal with. So how have you had any experience with that? And waste is a regional topic in Niagara, so it's the region that deals with waste. So have you had a two-tiered municipality like Niagara where this has been piloted, and how has that worked? So I don't know if you can remember.
Thank you for the questions. I'll do my best to remember each of them here. For your first question, we currently have 70 municipal partners across Canada and starting off in the States as well now. Between our 70 municipalities, we've had some who start with a small pilot program, as any municipality would, with testing out something that's new to them and collecting data. We've had pilot programs that start at 50 households, and we've had some that start at 250 households. One example I'll give of one of our larger programs here in Canada is Nelson, British Columbia. Started with a small pilot program. After seeing the success of that, they did a second pilot program. And then now they're in the process of putting a food cycler in every household in their city of 5,000 households. So that is what they decided to use as their organics program. To get to your second question here, our program, what's great about it is it works for municipalities with a number of different needs, whether it's high density or lower density rural. There are municipalities we work with who do have green bin collection, but it doesn't reach their kind of rural residents and people who are outside of their kind of central areas. So what's great about this program is it works for one, especially high density in terms of multi-res or very dense areas that don't have access to curbside collection green bin, as well as kind of the more rural spread out communities as well. And then for your third question, I recently did reach out to the region of Niagara to start the conversation with them. We've had some talks with other municipalities that fall within the region, and were recommended to bring the conversation there as well. We have a few programs. We're currently at 4 county-wide programs, I believe, in Canada, some ranging from 3 municipalities / lower tiers within them to up to 12 lower tiers within the county or the county, sorry. So basically with some of them, they have started where the lower tiers do small pilot programs. They collect the data, they see the success, and then we have kind of done a dual presentation to the kind of governing county. And one example is Haliburton County here in Ontario. They started off with 4 of their 5 lower tiers did individual programs, and now they have county-wide programs that are being implemented. So there's really no limit to how the program can be managed, whether it's starting at kind of the lower tier and working its way up. We've seen success in all avenues there.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Worship. Through you. So if you have some testimonials from, like you mentioned Haliburton, things like that, I'd love to see how it's worked in those other municipalities. I think it's a great program. I would sign up myself to do it. I have an old-fashioned compost bin in my classroom at work with a Rubbermaid and worms, but this seems like it would be a lot more efficient and a lot less smelly. So if you need a pilot out here in Grimsby, let me know, because I'm happy to try it out. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And we do have a lot of data we've collected from our 40 completed municipal pilots. And we kind of have that all put together into an overall report that we can absolutely share. And to your comment about your current method, we don't think there's really one size fits all. There are places where green bin works great, places where a lot of people do backyard compost or do the worm system. And ultimately, there is no one size fits all. So we think our program does work to bridge some gaps that may be seen.
Councillor Bradzi.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I, alongside Councilor Flavia, also do the vermiculite composting at home, but there's only so much my worms can do. Would full on like to see something like this be implemented. My number one complaint at Doors, although being a region thing, was the bi-weekly pickup, especially during the summer months, and given with organic material tends to go to, anaerobic bacteria during the summer months and heat. I think this would be something good for large family households struggling with the issue of bi-weekly garbage pickup, help mitigate that issue. Full on support of this, but my main question for you was the number of cycles per week that it's tracked. Is it just tracking how many times it's running or the weight of material in it, or is there an IoT sensors in these things, or just a little bit curious about that, if you could shed some light. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So basically the only tracking that the resident needs to do is just how many cycles they run in terms of how many times they fill their bucket and click the on button. Through that, we know that on average, each bucket for our smaller unit will take 1 kilogram of food waste. 1 kilogram of food waste, and for our larger one, it's about double that size. And then so through that, we can collect the data over the 12 weeks from 50, 100, however many residents, and kind of conduct an estimate of how much food waste has been diverted in that 12 weeks and how much would be over the course of a year. So what we see is the range, it ranges anywhere from a few cycles to 10, 12 cycles a week, depending on the resident. But the kind of overall that we've seen in our 4,000 plus surveys have been about an average of 4.3 cycles a week. Correct me if I didn't fully answer your question, but hopefully that answers it.
Are there any plans for a future unit that would actually also measure the reduction in density and the weight of the material processed?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I forgot about that part. So our second unit that was on the one slide there, the larger unit that's just became available in January to our municipal partners. That one does have iOS capabilities integrated. It's not yet up and running in terms of the app, but it is one of our priorities for sure.
Thank you. And your booth at Roma, they did a fantastic job. Thanks for the delegation.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Seeing no further questions or comments from council, thank you very much for your presentation, Jacob. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that the delegation from Jacob Hanlon be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Jacob. You have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of council and staff. Have a great evening.
Mr. Mayor, is it possible to refer this to staff now for a report?
We'll print a motion for information report. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that a report be brought to council for information regarding municipal food waste diversion program with federal funding and for possible consideration through the 2023 budget process. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to our consent agenda. Does any councillor want to lift anything? Councillor Vardy? All right, that's noted. Councillor Frake, you had one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to lift under Administration and Finance, 8.1B.
That's a no.
It's what, sorry?
It's not a consent.
I withdraw that. At the advice of the CAO. So, thank you.
All right, we need a mover and seconder for the remainder. Oh, Councillor Sharwa? Okay, we need a mover and seconder for the remainder of the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy.
Just that one.
Okay. All right. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following item and that the consent item be approved on the recommendation that is contained therein. Report. Is it that one?
Yes, two.
Okay. Report DPW 23-05, 2022 Annual Drinking Water System Summary Report. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to Administration and Finance, FIN 23.
7.4?
Yeah.
The insurance was at 7.4.
The insurance will come first, the planning one will be later. All right. Report 7.1, Administration and Finance, FIN 23-06, 2023 Insurance Program Update. Beth, good evening.
Good evening, Council. So the report that you have in front of you this evening was just in follow-up to a notice of motion received from Councillor Charwa. So we are providing an overview of our full-time permanent staff as well as our part-time.
Beth, that's the wrong report, I think.
Oh,
It's,
I apologize. I was having a hard time.
Insurance
hearing that.
update, Beth. Insurance update.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So the report in front of you this evening for the insurance, I apologize for that, FIN 2306, is an update that staff put together just to apprise council of what staff have been doing behind the scenes in relation to our insurance program. As you're probably aware, we're not unique in the sense that our sector is experiencing a high rate of increase in our insurance program. Largely, I think, in part due to lack of competitors in the field. It's quite narrow as to who's bidding on or providing our insurance. So we did engage a consultant towards the end of 2022 and received a report back in January. And we asked the consultant to review our insurance program, looking at value for money, whether we had appropriate deductibles, what we were paying for insurance, was it reasonable, and also to seek out their opinion as to what can we do to try and mitigate these costs, and are we getting the best value for money? And so the consultant's report came back positive. Unfortunately, doesn't have an answer for us as far as trying to reduce our costs, but we can feel comfort that the program that we do have provides a high degree of insurance coverage for the town. We have quite good coverage, and we're paying a reasonable or good price for the value that we're getting for the service or for the insurance coverage that we do have. And in addition to the review of our insurance program, we did ask them to assist the town in developing our insurance risk policies and procedures to guide staff to ensure that we are mitigating those risks. We've developed some policies internally that we've reviewed, so we feel comfort that we are reviewing on a regular basis. We've developed a risk matrix. I also noted in the report, as part of our audit last year, it's been a consistent theme on our audit report, just our overall risk management procedures corporately. So this report and these policies and procedures takes us a step closer to addressing that. So it was definitely a beneficial exercise. Unfortunately, it's not reducing the cost. It is in alignment with what we're hearing our peers receiving as far as increases. And we will be bringing forward this increase as part of our 2023 budget process. I am happy to answer any questions anyone has.
Thank you, Beth. We'll just get a mover and seconder to get the motion on the floor. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Correspondence. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Sharwa?
Through you, Mayor Jordan, thank you. Beth, thank you for responding. I had lots of questions, and I know some of the other councillors did as well. It's more of a comment. Actually, question first. So with the consultant, when was the last time that we had a consultant brought in to evaluate our pricing?
Through the mayor, as far as I know, I don't believe that we've undertaken this type of engagement in the past. We were with Omex. It was like a pooled insurance. I'm not going to use the right terminology, until 2010, and then we went out for request for proposal, and that's at that point in time we went with the same broker. The name has changed over the years, but we've been with the same broker, an insurance provider, since 2011.
So I just to add on, this is fine with me. I'm more of a comment. In the future, if we can just get a little bit more detail, and like I personally, I'd like to know the consultant who we got. I did find that stuff, but I had to go through the whole, bids and tenders online. So that would have been helpful as well. And also, this is fine with me. I just wanted. And also, if we could possibly get more comparators later, if there were alternatives, because basically we ended up with saying, we're going to go with the same person. So if we could even just have one or two, just to, some other quotes would have been nice. That's all.
Any further questions or comments from council? Seeing none, moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Correspondence. Resolved that report FIN 23-06-2023 Insurance Program Update dated February 21st, 2023 be received for information. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to FIN 23-07 corporate structure. Beth, you're up again.
well, you've already, through the mayor, I guess you've already heard my lead-in comments. But just to reiterate, so this is in relation to the Notice of Motion for Corporate Services, FIN 2307. So we did prepare a report in response to Councillor Charwa's request to receive a corporate structure. What we did provide as an appendix to the report is similar to what we've disclosed in the 2022 budget book, outlining our permanent, full-time, part-time staff. And in addition to what we previously disclosed, I've added a column for temporary full-time, which will continue to disclose that as part of the 2023 budget. In addition to the overall FTE, so full-time equivalent count, I have provided some definitions in the bottom of Appendix A that just outlines how we're classifying and defining each type of position that's being disclosed on this chart. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Beth. Questions or comments from council? No, seeing none, I have Councillor Charwa as the mover, a seconder. Councillor Howe. Moved by Councillor Charwa, second by Councillor Howe. Resolved that report FAN 23-07, notice of motion, corporate structure, dated February 21st, 2023, be received for information. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to BYL 2302, amendment to the discharge of firearms and bows, bylaw number 2062, to include short form wording and set fines. Henry, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Through you, Mr. Mayor, this report in front of you, BYL 23-02, is just a short report, just basically explaining a small amendment to our current discharge of firearms bylaw 2062 to add short form wording and a set fine, so that in between this current time frame and my next information report after the public meeting, so that if something does occur, that we have this in our tool belt as a way to deal with issues as they come up.
Thank you, Henry. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Correspondence.
Through you, Chair. I see the set fine is $700. Is there a reason it's set at that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So a majority of the time, we like to compare our bylaws to other Niagara Regional municipalities. Unfortunately, other Niagara Regional municipalities haven't had the same issues as we have and don't have short form wording. So I based a comparator to our current fines and the potential for public safety. So making it a big enough fine that we want to ensure that we try to deter any future public safety concerns from residents or visitors to the town on the waters or anywhere else in the town.
I'd actually like to see that substantially higher. I don't feel at that amount that it's a deterrent. I feel like with the amount of money that they make doing this, it's still worth it for them, and we could actually potentially take a loss if it's fought and what it would cost us.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have another way of proceeding with charges, which would be via Part 3. So for instances where there is situations where there is more of a profit involved, that is the avenue that we would like to take, just to send more of a message or ask for a higher fine, just so that we bring it forward to the courts.
Through you, Chair, is this $700 per person that's in the boat, or is it per boat?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this would be per person, per offense. So essentially, if they continue to do so and continue to break the bylaw, this would be a continual charge, which would probably eventually lead to what will be considered a Part 3, and then therefore taking it to court.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm not going to repeat what Councillor Costangi said, because I totally agree with her 100%, except I think that $700 is extremely too low. And I think it needs to be right in our bylaw, and I think we need to put in the highest we can possibly put in there. The last time we had this conversation, I suggested $10,000. And you're laughing at that, but I mean, let's make it so prohibitive. $700 is probably nothing for someone who has a hobby that they want to go out shooting ducks, for example. I mean, so I think we need to make this be really, really high and not below $4,000. So I'm going to suggest this, and I know we keep talking about it, we keep coming back to it. I'm happy with the bylaw overall, but for the penalty, I'm not happy with that. I think it needs to be $4,000 at least. So that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a public meeting coming up on March 1st, which will gauge more of an aspect on what the residents want to see. This is something that I wanted to put in for the time being, so that in between the time frame of this council meeting and when I come back with an information report from the public meeting, that we could provide more input as to what the residents want to see. When going forward with a Part 3 charge for a potential first offense, the individual could see a fine of up to $25,000 from the judge. So if this is a case where there is outlying issues and it needs a greater attention to the matter, that is the avenue that we would take just to get that point across.
So, okay, I'll go along with that. What you're saying is we can change this after the public meeting. Okay. In the meantime, you mentioned that if they go before a judge, but we don't want it to get that far. We want that fine to be inflicted immediately. I mean, the judge is like a second step. It's like, I think, when we get the NRP involved. Am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this fine and potential short-form warning would still have the capability of going in front of a judge if they want to dispute said fact. This would just remove the ticketing aspect of it and summons them to court. And then so at that point, it would be a judge-made fine. So at that point, we could come to a resolution before the matter would go to trial, but at that time, it would be up to the judge to make that fine.
You mentioned that other municipalities are not as unique as Grimsby when it comes to, I guess, particularly hunting. So that means that because we are a little bit different, and we do have the geography that entices hunters to come here, and I think that we do need to make this very, very high, and I'm hoping that we will be able to come to that kind of conclusion at the next time we get an opportunity to revise this bylaw. It should have been, I think it should have placed it higher than 700, but I guess we are where we are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Henry.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Before we talked about the specific issue about hunting on the water, and that we were going to, down the road, have a consultation on the bylaw writ large. We have an immediate problem with hunting on the water. It's going to start up again. So I'm not willing to wait for that open house. $700 will be the cost of doing business. It's not Grimsby residents who are out there hunting. It's people from all over Ontario coming here and hunting. So I would not accept this recommendation as it stands. I would like it to be a minimum of $4,000. And when we have the larger consultation on the bylaw writ large, then we can discuss that part of it. Because we're looking at right now, the short form wording was all about fixing what was happening on the water. So the way it stands now, 700 is woefully inadequate, has to be a minimum 4,000, and we need to approve that tonight in time for the next go-round. So I'd like to suggest a motion. That we change it to 4,000 and...
I'll second it. That's it.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Through you, Your Worship. So the short form wording, the intent is to make it more enforceable and to make it easier to enforce immediately. How enforceable, I mean, I agree with increasing the fine if that's what people want to do, but how enforceable is the bylaw now that we are putting the short form wording in place, even if it's to the temporary one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this process is to basically expedite the charge process so that we can essentially issue as many tickets as possible to try to get the message out to other individuals who are, let's say, for example, the previous concerns we had of hunting on the lake. So with our partnership with NRP and the prosecutors from the Niagara region, we hope that we are successful when these issues do come up and we do lay charges that we do get the best result possible.
Now, would the degree of the, sorry, through you, Your Worship, would the degree of the fine make enforceability more difficult? So would if it goes before a judge, because if I got a $4,000 fine, I would take it before a judge. I'm sure everybody else would too. Would that be seen as, I mean, I'm assuming the $700 came from somewhere, was based on something, it wasn't just pulled out of thin air. I just want to have a number that will go before a judge and be seen as reasonable so that it doesn't get tossed out. I mean, I know that the judge has the flexibility, so I'm fine with an upward limit. Fines can be up to $10,000 or up to, it would be, once it gets before a judge, is it the judge's discretion to determine how much the actual fine is? Is that the way that works?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, at the time, if let's say a Part 1 Provincial Offence Act was brought before a judge and disputed, that judge would have the power to reduce that ticket to an amount that they feel fit, if found guilty. I don't know if there was a second part to that question, so if you wanted to repeat that.
No, that was, where did the $700 come from, the original amount that was in the bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what I did was I compared other Provincial Offence Act notice short form wordings and fines that would have the potential of public safety or safety hazard, and kind of brought it up a little bit more just to ensure that we send a message that this is something that is not permitted in the town of Grimsby, and that we could hold them accountable for what they've done and in potential violations of the bylaw.
Thank you. Through your worship. Well, I agree with my fellow councillors. I'd rather have an upward limit and let the judge make the decision to lower it rather than starting off low. It's if we want to make sure that people are adhering to the bylaw, let's make sure that we're putting something in place that is acting as a deterrent. And if that's what the intent of everybody is, then I'm fine with it. I don't know how enforceable it'll be, or if a judge will say, $200 is a reasonable amount, but I think that the amount that we put on there is definitely going to say something about how we feel about it, so.
Councillor Sharwell.
Through you, Mayor Jordan, thank you. So I do have some numbers here, just for the councillors because they don't know. So Mississauga is up to 100,000. Oakville is 100,000. Oakville is 250 to 5,000 for the first offense, up to 10K for subsequent. Burlington is 500 to 100,000. Okay, $500 to 100,000. St. Catharines is $1,000, and this was a bylaw from 1977. Niagara on the Lake, 1,000, that's from 1986, so obviously these numbers would be substantially more if they were updated. Port Colborne up to 2,000, Niagara Falls up to 5K. So 700 is way too low. So I would agree that we need it higher. I know that the people that are making a business out of this do this for $400 to $500 a person, and we saw last, whenever they came last, 10 people the one guy had out, and he knew that he wasn't allowed to do it, and he still did it. So we need to be firm on this. So I think 700 is too low, and I will support raising it as well.
Just in addition, I think looking at those municipalities around Lake Ontario, all of them end up to 100,000. So I don't know if the mover and seconder would be happy with adding that on. I think we don't say, we're silent here on subsequent offenses, and I think given the fact that $700 was the minimum, I think you would find that an outfitter possibly would just take the $700 hit every day and go out and still, that would just be a cost of doing business, in my opinion, so.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be okay with 4,000 up to 100,000. But the minimum is 4,000. And I would suggest, or I would think that Councillor DeFlavio, if he knew there was a $4,000 fine for something, he probably wouldn't do it, instead of doing it and going to court.
Through you, Your Worship, you're talking to somebody who's not going to go out and hunt in a residential area, though. So if you're a reasonable person, probably you're not going to be breaking the bylaw in the first place, honestly. And so it's let's make it enforceable, and let's give our crew and Niagara Regional Police everything they need to enforce that law. And I don't care if it's, what that amount is, as long as we get people to stop doing it, I think is the goal that everybody has, that everybody shares here.
Councillor DeVoldy.
Mr. Mayor, I do agree that the number needs to be substantial, and I do agree that we should put something in there for subsequent offenses. I'm not so sure, though, that wording at 4,000 to 100,000, it's such a range, right? Is there a better way to word this, like 4,000, and for a subsequent event it doubles and then doubles again, or something like that? Or how do you see that being enforced?
I'm just going by the 10 or 12 other municipalities around Lake Ontario and just using their wording. So.
May I
think
continue?
it's up to the judge to figure out the number in between, given the severity of the offense.
So you're thinking that if we say 4,000 to 100,000, I'm thinking of our bylaw enforcement officer who's out there, and at the time you would write them a ticket basically for $4,000? Is that how it would go? And then the bylaw is worded with this range, so should they appeal it, the judge would then see that we have 4,000 to 100,000 as our range? Is that how it would work? Could you just clarify that for me?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So a Part 1 Provincial Offences Act notice does have limitations when there is a certain fine amount. So there would need to be some research done as to what that limitation would be in respective to what we're asking for today. So we can exceed that amount and ask for more when going with a Part 3 charge. So for example, it would essentially be summoning them to court and then asking for the amount of 4,000 to 100,000 in that case. This amendment here is just for a Part 1 provincial offense notice, which is kind of like, just to bring it into retrospective, like a speeding ticket on the side of the road. It would be the same thing. It'd be just a ticket with a fine, but in cases where it is kind of a larger issue, let's say an outfitter or a guide, this is where we would go with the Part 3 charge, asking for what the provincial standards can, because it is a corporation, we can go a lot higher as well. So this isn't limiting the fact that we can charge individuals with just $700. This is just so that we can expedite the process for smaller level issues that do come out. So these larger scale issues, we would go with a Part 3 charge so that we do get that amount of money from the provincial standard, because it is a corporation as well.
And so if I may continue, is that the advantage then of having a range in the bylaw that says something like 4,000 to 100,000? Does that work for you in terms of processing it and appearing in court and so on? Does that help us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would recommend removing the minimum 4,000 and just saying up to 100,000. Most provincial laws say up to $25,000, up to $50,000, and then this is where we set the minimum. So with that initial research that needs to be done about the the maximum fine that we can put on a Part 1 provincial offense notice, that's where we can set our minimum at. And so that's where we can set this limit of up to $100,000, which would still get the same, let's say the same charges or fine amount across.
Can I call a question?
Councillor Frey, go ahead.
Yeah, can I call a question on that particular motion as it sits? Do we need two-thirds vote on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we will set the motion to 4,000 and up to 100,000 as per requested, but there will be a caveat that we will do some research in the back to ensure that that is a maximum amount that is allowed under Part 1, and if it's not, we will come back to council with it.
Thank you, Sarah. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Correspondence. Resolved that BYL 23-02, amendment to the discharge of firearms and bows bylaw number 2062 to include short-form wording and set fines dated February 21st, 2023 be received, and that council approve the amendment as shown in Appendix A to include short-form wording and set fines at $4,000 up to $100,000. And please vote on your e-scribe. All right, and that's carried unanimously, I might add. All right, now we move to report PW 23-06, in-road flexible signage and pilot update. Brandon, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you. I just wanted to take a minute to introduce Michael Palumba. He's our transportation engineering technologist. Michael has been the lead on this project. He's authored the report, and he has a small PowerPoint presentation just to outline the synopsis of our findings. So I'm just going to introduce Michael, turn it over to Michael, and then both Michael and I will be available to answer questions after his presentation. Michael.
Thank you, Brandon. Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, can everyone see that okay?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to present the findings of our in-road flexible signage pilot program that we ran last year. So just a little bit of background about what it was and what we were aiming to do. In April of last year, staff brought a report to council outlining a potential pilot program in which we were going to be using a new traffic calming method where we install flexible signs and bollards on local roads to create kind of a road narrowing effect. This type of traffic calming method is starting to gain popularity in municipalities in Ontario. So Public Works thought it would be a good idea to implement it in the town and to see what kind of effect it has. The pilot had a total of 6 locations that we spread across the 4 wards in town, and it ran between April 2022 and concluded in November of 2022. Through this process, the entire goal was to measure the efficacy of the devices and determine whether or not this would be something that we could consider incorporating into our traffic calming toolbox. As part of this project, we wanted to also do a public engagement portion of it, where we reached out to some of the residents and got their feelings and their perceptions of the pilot program. Just for reference, the 6 locations that we had are shown on the map here. We did, as I said, we went all the way across town into each of the 4 wards. The 6 locations were at Winston Road, Roberts Road, Kerban Avenue, Nels Road South, Baker Road South, and Central Avenue. Also for your reference, I've included 2 pictures of the installations that we had implemented. As you can see, there's a center flexible sign, which is flanked by 2 white lane delineators, or bollards. And with this, we were able to create the 2 narrow channels for the two-way traffic to travel through. So the data collection and methodology that we used for this pilot was to collect speed and volume data over the course of about a week period. And we collected them at 3 different time periods throughout the pilot. The 3 periods that we collected were an existing condition or pre-install, which would give us a baseline set of data, a post-install or short-term, which was done approximately a month to 6 weeks after we installed, and then a post-install final, which would be right before we removed the devices. We did this so that way we're able to, we can review the trend over time to see what kind of effect, if any, is occurring, and whether or not by the end of the project, if things reverted back to existing conditions. All the data that was collected was done through the use of town's non-intrusive radar counters. And after the data was collected, we took it all back in and we analyzed it. We used specific metrics that we would be able to see the changes or what was actually going on in some of the critical metrics, and they're included here. So we looked at the average speeds, 85th percentile speeds, what we call high overspeeding. So these are vehicles that are going 15 above the posted speed limit, and then the percentage compliance. So this is what percentage of vehicles is actually obeying the speed limit and obeying the rules of the road. So what did we find? After we completed the analysis, overall the pilot was fairly successful. We saw that there was after we installed it, in the short term, there was a significant drop in all of the data metrics, or in all the travel speeds, and an improvement in all the data metrics. There was one of the notes that we did find was that as we reached the end of the pilot, the speeds actually started to creep back up. However, overall, there was a net improvement, and at our final evaluation was below where we were pre-install. So, and one of the more significant observations we found was the drop in the number of high overspeeding vehicles, which was a good sign, because we're able to get that compliance up and reduce the number of severe speeders. Public engagement. This was completed using our Let's Talk Grimsby webpage. We hosted an online survey. In order to get the word out, we used a few different methods. We hand-delivered notices to all residents who lived within the project areas. We had the information hosted on our Town of Grimsby website, and we also made use of our social media capabilities. And really encouraged and invited everybody to get involved. We had the survey out for about 2 weeks, and we were pleasantly surprised that we were able to get over 500 responses, which is an excellent turnout, and it really gave us a good sample size to review. So what were people saying? When dealing with traffic calming, it was pretty much the way we had expected. It was going to be fairly split in terms of opinion. There was a lot of there was both a lot of people who liked it and a lot of people who didn't like it. One of the key findings was that there was about 53% of all respondents who said that this method of traffic calming was somewhat effective, which is exactly the type of information that we're looking for. But we did notice that there was a large number of people who didn't really like it and didn't really think that we should be continuing doing it. Taking that into account, we also were able to collect some comments and opinions that people wrote in. Some of the more common ones that we got were, for example, people who disapproved of this method of traffic calming did so because it forced them to have to slow down and drive more cautiously, which is exactly the intended effect that we were expecting with this type of thing. So right there is kind of a disconnect between what residents' opinion is and what the measured effect is. In addition, they also there was a perception that residents felt that there was no effect on travel speeds, which is understandable because at the time of completing a survey, that residents are not aware of any of the collected data that we have. So again, looking at it holistically, we can see where the disconnect is between the data that was collected and where residents' perceptions are. And then in addition, there's other important information that we got in terms of concerns with parking near the installations or other suggestions that could have been made to improve the situation. One piece of information that we found that was kind of telling was that a lot of residents were under the opinion that this pilot was being completed on those certain roads due to an existing issue with travel speed. And we just want to make sure that the understanding is that those locations were selected specifically because we felt that they would yield the best results, that we would be able to measure properly what the effect of these devices are, and that it was not necessarily because there is a speeding concern or a safety concern. So lesson learned, we were able to learn a great deal about this method and kind of what to expect, what works, what doesn't work. Overall, it seemed to have a positive effect on travel speeds in the area. Public opinion was mixed. It was always going to be mixed. But it's important to know that this isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. This is looking at this as just another tool that we can incorporate. We were able to see, based on the data, that when you look at from location to location, the level of efficacy changes due to various different reasons with the number of vehicles that drive down there, the road geometry, etc. So that was a good lesson to learn. Damage signs. Over what we learned over the first short period after we installed them was that there was going to be a time period where people needed to get used to the idea of these things on the road. We did have to replace a fair number of them, but by the end of the pilot, those occurrences became less and less frequent, to the point where we would have long stretches of time where no issues whatsoever. And which is good news, but again, lesson learned. So where do we go from here? As we provided in the report, we are recommending that we continue and expand on the program into 2023. The current pilot program we completed had 6 locations. We're now looking to move that to 12. In addition to with those 6 new locations, we're hoping that we can potentially roll this out into some of our more rural areas where we do get some concerns with speeding. However, due to the existing conditions out there, our options for traffic calming are quite limited. So this might be a viable option to use in certain situations. If approved, we will be conducting the same type of process that we did in last year, where we would do a network screening, where we'd look at suitable candidates and make a recommendation on the locations for the pilot. At that time, we could bring a report back to council pre-rollout, where we provide the locations that were selected and what we're supposed to do. And then in spring or early spring, we can actually roll out the pilot, do the installs, and collect data, do field observations, and until we can complete and remove the devices before winter maintenance needs to occur. And then we can provide, similar to what we're doing right now, we'll do another summary report, and in this way we'll be able to compare from year to year, locations to locations, to see that if we install these things in a similar location, are people more comfortable and therefore less concerned with driving slower, or is it something that will retain its effectiveness against higher travel speeds? So I want to say thank you for letting me share with you that short presentation, and I'm willing to take some questions now.
Thank you for your presentation, Michael. Questions or comments from council? Councilor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Palumbo. Thank you for the information. Lots of interesting stuff in there. I like the way that you collected data, the non-intrusive way, so that way it's a little bit more honest than putting up the old-fashioned speed cameras that show people their speed and let them know that they're being watched. Frankly, I don't care about people who don't like them because it slows them down. So, if that's the complaints that we're getting, those are great. I would say that if they weren't that effective, I would say it's because our use of bollards was not enough. I feel like there could have been more to narrow the roadways and to restrict the speed of traffic. When there's just the one, like for example, the one that I passed frequently was on Roberts Road. And when it's just a single bollard rather than a series that you have to go around, I think that the bollards should be used more like in the place of a parked car. We know that parked cars, for example, slow down traffic because it forces people to maneuver around them. I'd love to see the bollards be more like a bump out. And I'd like to see them used more in school zones. I think that there's a lot of positives here. The flexibility, the cost is relatively low. They're a lot less noisy than speed humps. When you put in speed humps, they're effective, but the people who live right in front of them complain because of the noise. Every time a car goes over that speed hump, it makes a lot of noise. And I think that they're also a heck of a lot better than speeding cameras, which, speeding cameras punish people after they've committed the offense, but don't actually do anything to deter and slow down traffic at that moment. So I'd like to see it. Despite some of the negative feedback that you got, I think that just like most of these cases, you're not going to hear from the people that liked it as much as you're going to hear from the people that disliked it. And I think it's a very effective way of slowing down traffic, and I'd like to see more of it, frankly. So thank you for your work, and I hope that you're going to continue and expand the program, and I hope it becomes permanent on many roads. I know that there are probably other councillors that can think of roads in their wards that have long straightaways that were designed in an old-fashioned sort of design where, a long straight road made sense. But now we know that a long straight road in a residential area is not a great thing, and we want to slow down traffic as much as possible on those roads. Roberts Road is an example where you place one already, but I think of roads like Lampman in the West End, which is a long straight road that has very few parked cars on the road. Another place where I think it would be an effective place to put a pilot. So thanks for your work, thanks for the data, and let's make it work even more effectively in the future. Thanks, Your Worship.
Councillor DeVoldy.
Mayor Jordan, a question for either Brandon or Michael, and I'm referring specifically in your report to Figure 1, average speeds by location. Can you tell me what the actual speed limit is or was for that time period that we were measuring? Was it 50 kilometers an hour, 40 kilometers an hour? We have the data here, but what is the actual speed limit in those locations?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the speed limit on all the roads identified here was 50 kilometers an hour.
So what this chart is telling me is that other than the folks at Winston Road, who started off going at 51.9 kilometers an hour, all the rest of the data was less than the speed limit is normally.
Correct.
So what it's really telling us is that in 5 out of the 6 locations, people travel at less than the speed limit that is stated there. And that when these calming flags were up, they went a little bit slower than that, correct? And that we managed to get the Winston Road travelers to travel just slightly more than the speed limit by having these calming flags, yes?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes. So that is correct. As I stated earlier, the real key metrics to look at were the percent compliance and the overspeeding category. As you can see, the locations that had low average speeds already, those individuals are not going to shift. Who are traveling at that speed are not going to shift their personal habits as much. It's more so those ones at the top end of the speeds that are either dragging the average up or can push it down if we can shift them into a lower speed category. So it's the conclusion we got was that we were able to shift enough people into the lower speed limit category to bring that average down.
And is there a chart or figure within your report that documents that or shows us that? That shows us what those outliers were. It's a bit like measuring, a statistical graph, right? Where we have most of the people in the main bulk of the graph, but we always have the outliers that are high, and then we have some that are low, right? Do we know that we always had outliers that were high and that we were able to bring them down? Did you actually measure that or document it? Is it somewhere in one of these charts that I'm missing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, if you can look at figures 5 and 6, and figures 7 and 8. If you're looking at figure 5, for example, you can see each location, and you can see the results by time period. So the green bar is the baseline or the existing condition, and then the yellow bar at the end is the final speed, the final percentage of vehicles that are traveling above compared to the existing. So overall, almost at all locations in this chart, you can see that reduction from the baseline. And if you're looking at figure 6, that's another graphical way of looking at it where it's looking at the percent change. And then in figure 7 and figure 8, is the compliance. So that's another good one to see where it's showing that how many more vehicles have been brought back down to within a compliant speed.
Would you say then that Winston Road appears to be an ongoing problem?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a perfect example of some of the lessons that we've learned. This location here was, Winston Road is a very long section. One thing that we would consider if we continue the program on is that we only put 2 installations along this section, where we could probably would have been better to have 3. What this is showing, what the graph and the numbers are showing here is that there was an initial drop in overall speed after we installed them, but then as people got comfortable, speed started to creep up again. So in order to combat that with this type of traffic calming method, we would consider putting in another installation and shortening the distance between the lane narrowing.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Sharwa.
Through you, Mayor Jordan, thank you. I was just hoping, Brandon, maybe you can give me an update. I know the last council approved Vision Zero. I wasn't a fan of it, but I know it's coming. So when can we expect to see a camera or 2 in Grimsby?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have the exact date, but I certainly can follow up with you at a further point in time. I do see that there are certain signs out, specifically on Livingston Avenue. They've been covered, so I think they're one step closer. But I'd certainly have to check with the region and get back to you on that.
So this other one is more just a comment. I would obviously Winston Road seems to be a problem that we need to deal with. My concern is that there are a lot of people that like to walk along there, Ward 4, or along Winston, especially in the summertime. A lot of pedestrians, a lot of kids walking in that area, and it's quite narrow. So I would like to, if we could, just throw as much as we could at getting the speeds down in that area, whether it's a matter of, I think in one of your presentations before, you had the driver feedback cameras that we own, right? Are there 4 of them in Grimsby? Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we have 4 currently. The what do you call it? Not the photo radar boards with the digital feedback where it says you're speeding kind of thing. We have 4, and as part of our budget, we're actually proposing to increase that with, I believe, an additional 2 this year. And again, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, just to add, I think Councillor Charwa, it may be. Are you referring to the far west end of Winston Road, where it's narrower, or the east end where it's kind of wider?
Wherever you're finding that the speed is the most concern, where lots of pedestrians are. I just, that whole area I feel like is probably needs targeting, but if we could even like have those the driver feedback, like you just said, use those, and then use one of these, the flexible signage, and then maybe, this is another thing with the Niagara Regional Police, I was hoping that we could maybe have them come forward and see if we could maybe be a little bit more efficient with, letting them know where our issues are and where, when to be out, because maybe this is something that we need to address, right? Rather than them just, taking a guess, say this is where we need you to enforce this, and then really drill it into the drivers to stop speeding in that area. So yeah, if we could hit it up with like a 3-prong approach, that would be awesome.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just I guess on the police comment, we have been meeting with them on a regular basis. Part of what Michael's doing is we're monitoring through those different means, whether it's the radar boards with a feedback display, or the non-intrusive radar boards, the armadillo units, or we actually have other units that are on top of streetlights, which are another non-intrusive measure. So what we're doing is monitoring that, and when we are seeing trends where there is speeding, we then can relay it to the NRP and essentially focus their efforts towards specific times of day or days of the week, rather than just saying, hey, they're speeding here. It's, hey, they're speeding at this street at this time on these days of the week, kind of thing. So it helps it, they can do a focused enforcement, making sure that they're more efficient when they're doing their enforcement.
That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Correspondence.
Through you, Mayor. Just wondering if you're taking into consideration the length of the road when looking at the speed limits here, because if Winston is a little bit longer and they're just at about 51, but Kerman Avenue and Roberts, where those were situated, is quite a bit of a shorter distance. So although it's a little bit under, it would be a higher acceleration for the car, which to me, I would see as a greater safety as opposed to a flat speed of about 50. If you have a car accelerating to get up to 50 halfway through that road, which is probably maybe 500 meters. Just wondering if that's taken into consideration in this study.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the distance of the road was a factor when we selected the site. The road had to be a minimum distance in order for us to consider it. The reason being is that you want to create pockets between the installations so it discourages people from wanting to accelerate hard between, because if the distance is short enough, a vehicle trying to accelerate back up to the posted speed limit and then having to back off or hit their brakes within 150, 200 meters is not something that would be very popular. It wouldn't be a popular action. So when we're installing them as well, we're looking to minimize that space. That's why the comment about Winston Road was that as we did this, the road itself was so long that our ability to create those short sections or pockets between the installations was limited with only using 2 installations. So learning from what we did this year, we can now incorporate potentially, if we were to go back out onto Winston, we could incorporate a 3rd or a 4th, depending on the distance between that we want to achieve.
Thank you, Michael. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you very much for doing all this work. I appreciate all the work, although I have to say I'm a little bit underwhelmed by the results. In terms of their effectiveness, it was kind of marginal. But it's great that we now have a baseline, and I support going forward, continuing and piloting in areas, because it is having some effect. But what I would like to see, and what I'd like to see come forward in the budget, would be if you took a couple areas that you did this pilot with and put in speed bumps, and then we can compare that data with the data that you've already collected. And then we'd have a better idea if speed bumps are effective in controlling the speed in these areas, and if it's something that we should approve. So that would be my suggestion. Thank you.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor. So that's a good point. If that's certainly something we could do. It wasn't included in the scope for this pilot. This pilot project was mainly to measure if this method had an effect and could be considered as a tool. So it's certainly it would be a good exercise to be able to compare the different types of traffic calming to see which ones are more effective, less effective, which ones would be better in certain locations. But in order to do that, we would have to essentially do a separate type of pilot where we could compare the two.
Yeah, well, I'm saying we won't have to put it everywhere, but because it is a little more expensive, we could pick some places where we know we've got some particular issues, and then we have a form of comparison. Do I need to make a motion to ask them to bring something forward to council for consideration?
Yeah, I think you probably have to do a notice of motion. So.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions or comments, thank you very much for your report, Michael and Brandon. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Correspondence. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Correspondence. Resolved that DPW 23-06 review of 2022 in-road flexible signage pilot program dated February 21st, 2023 be received, and that council review the facts and results presented regarding the completion of the pilot program, and that council approve the recommendations provided herein. Please use your e-scribe to vote. And that's carried. All right, now we move to report PA 23-05, Planning and Development Report, updated Committee of Adjustment bylaw and terms of reference.
Thank you.
Councillor Vardy, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The only thing that I would like to see changed is Appendix B, number 6, roles and responsibilities. I think that the election of chair and vice chair should be annual and not every 4 years. This would allow for a rotation, give other members experience who may want the experience, as well as this is in line with how we do things at the Heritage Committee. So I would like to propose that change. Would anyone like to second that motion? Thank you. Councillor Costanza will second it.
Thank you. All right, Councillor DeVoley.
Mayor Jordan, I'm not sure who my question is to, but my question is this. The current members of our Committee of Adjustment, have they had an opportunity to review these new terms of reference?
Terry, can you comment on that, please?
Through the mayor, we didn't get a chance to circulate this. We did speak with the town's legal representative to go through them to make sure it was in keeping with the Planning Act. We can definitely circulate them in the intervening time between the council meeting as well.
Councillor Sharwa.
Through you, Mayor Jordan, would you say that this is empowering the Committee of Adjustment or taking away a little bit more of their power?
Through the mayor, this is really just trying to clean up some of the bylaws that we had. We had a 1991 bylaw as well as a 1999 bylaw that just added on to it. So this is just trying to make it in line with all of our other terms of reference, as well as recognizing that the the Planning Act is dated 1990, and there has been some small changes. So it really doesn't change their power or not. It just makes it in line and keeps us up to date with respect to our terms of reference and bylaw. And it also clarifies one thing. I know there's been an issue with if there's a tie vote, sometimes there's there's some back and forth with respect to that. So it clarifies that issue that in case of a tie, it is a defeated motion.
Councillor Sharwa.
Okay, I don't feel comfortable moving ahead with this if the committee hasn't actually had any opportunity to comment on it at all. That's just my personal feeling.
Councillor Vardy.
I think Councillor Sharwa has a good point, and I'd be willing to reserve my motion so that the committee themselves can review this material and come back to us.
Just a quick question, George. Aren't we going to be appointing a whole new committee of adjustment in the near future? So which committee are we going to ask to review this, the new committee or the old committee? I understand all these things, but if staff recommends this, then I'm okay with it the way that it's written. And I like the 1 year change for chairs, because I think it gives people an opportunity to take a leadership role, and people who didn't feel comfortable right off the bat because they were novices might want to step forward in the future. But I think as far as the overall terms of reference is concerned, as long as staff is in agreement and it's to bring it up to date with other terms of reference, then I think we just go with it the way that it is, because the committee of adjustment is going to change in a month. It might be all the same members, but it could be all new members, so.
Yeah, just dealing with a over 30-year-old bylaw, I think getting it up to current is more important than whether the committee of adjustment sees it. If the new committee has issues with it, I'm sure it will come up. Councillor Howe.
Again, the Committee of Adjustments meeting on the 23rd, when is it? 23rd? On Thursday. They could take a quick look at it then, and
that's the old committee, and we are going to be choosing new members, so I would see what council's will is with this motion, and if it's defeated, then we'll move on from there. Councillor Howe.
if I can, Mayor, those people are still going to be making decisions on the 23rd. What's any, that they're going, let's not take anything away. We've got some people we don't even know who's coming back, and use that longer term background to get the feedback from them. And these are people that do a hell of a job. They deserve the respect.
Well, we can definitely defer it, draft a new motion. That's definitely up to council, so. CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you look at the terms of reference, it is pretty high level. There isn't anything controversial. It's to align with the legislative changes, legislative requirements, and with our procedural bylaw and whatnot. So there isn't anything that substantial that would kind of break your decision.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Correspondence. Resolved that report PA 23-05, updated Committee of Adjustment bylaw and terms of reference dated February 6, 2023, be received, and the updated Committee of Adjustment bylaw terms and reference schedule be approved, and that the honorarium for members increased to $75 per meeting plus mileage for members of the committee be approved, and that Section 6 of the Terms of Reference be amended for election of the chair and vice chair to occur annually. Please use your e-scribe to vote. That's defeated. All right, I'll read the main motion now as the amendment was defeated. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Correspondence. Resolved that report PA 23-05, updated Committee of Adjustment bylaw and terms of reference dated February 6, 2023 be received, and that the updated Committee of Adjustment bylaw and terms of reference schedule be approved, and the honorarium for members be increased to $75 per meeting, plus mileage for members of the committee be approved. Vote on your e-scribe, please. That's carried. All right, now we move to Planning and Development 11.1A, Akeem Gardner and Minal Jaffer, minor variance appeal delegation, 29 Kemp Road East. Welcome, Akeem and Minal.
Through you, Mayor. Hello, Council. I'm very happy to be here. I brought some reports for all of you. Can I pass it out to you really quickly? I think
yes,
I have,
absolutely.
I have 11 of them. Maybe I can just give it and you can pass it down. These reports are also welcome, are also found on our website if any of the neighbors want to download it after. It'll just give a little bit more in depth on what I'm going to present about today. Okay? We also have a PowerPoint. How do I? Oh, perfect. The PDF version? The PDF version? Yeah, yes, same thing. We should be able to. And I'll just ask you to go to the next page when we're ready, okay? No worries. So, just on the title page, council members, mayor, citizens of Grimsby, and neighbor. My name is Akeem Gardner, and today I'm here to share a little bit more about Conerta Inc. and our plans at 29 Kemp Road East. I intend to explain today a little bit how we intend to support with responsible and resilient communities, the development in Grimsby, Niagara region, and throughout Ontario. On this page, we talk a little bit about who we are at Conerta. So we're a company that believes in reversing the chronic disease crisis with natural solutions derived from agricultural products. This is why we're at the farm on 29 Kemp Road East. We have unique agricultural processes that can turn agricultural grain and biomass into therapeutics with anti-inflammatory, antiviral, anti-cancer, and neuroprotective properties. And we do this by focusing on rare plant polyphenols. Next page, please. Oh, no worries. Oh, what just happened? Oh, there we go. Awesome. Before we get into just what we're doing, I think it's very important that I establish our characteristics and some of our company's values. So at Conerta, I want you all to know that we pride ourselves in being a social enterprise with social enterprise mandates. We hope that these mandates permeate through the communities that we operate within. We prioritize in keeping things natural, building inclusive and empowered stakeholder relationships. We like to redefine what cutting edge means. We believe in authenticity and staying active as well. Next page, please. To ensure our operations sustainability, we've set up key metrics that we live and measure success by. These include supporting good health and well-being, regenerative agriculture, zero water waste, and local economic development. These are the metrics, our success pillars. These are the metrics by which we measure success, and by doing this, we ensure that we positively impact public good and public health. Next page, please. Now, you may ask, just what are we doing and what are polyphenols? Some may speculate that what we're actually trying to do is plant marijuana, grow weed, and tarnish the neighborhood. But that's wholly wrong and downright discriminatory. I'm going to be clear for one final time that we don't do anything marijuana related. Instead, we focus on a different part of plants called their polyphenols. And as you can see in the chart, polyphenols are a strong group of antioxidant compounds found in all plant-based foods. They're found in your fruits, your vegetables, your nuts, wines, the teas that you drink, and your juices. Our focus is on harvested grain seed crops. These are crops like alfalfa and hemp seed. And we use these plus fiber crops to make a difference. Next page, please. We uniquely have the ability to harvest the power of these molecules to make value-added agri-foods. We produce activated seed powders by triggering these molecules from grain crops, polyphenol extracts by concentrating and isolating these molecules from fiber biomass. And there's also ways of taking the pure molecules from the plant's waste and optimizing them to build upon to make pharmaceuticals or natural therapeutics with less adverse effects to many of the chronic diseases people face today. Next page, please. We've also instituted or initiated a variety of programs that require community support to accelerate our impact, such as our Healing Project program. We invite patient-led therapeutic development and encourage community stakeholders to hold us accountable for our business, commercial, and clinical practices. We want to work with you, not against. Next page, please. As part of our commitment to being part of the Grimsby community, today we can make a few promises. We promise to not cultivate marijuana on the property, either indoors or outdoors. The property will not produce adverse odors. We will ensure noise control, energy efficiency through proper engineering and design. We will be philanthropic with our community, prioritize local procurement of goods and economic opportunities. We're here to create jobs. And lastly, we will establish relationships with local academic and health institutions, such as Brock and McMaster University, as well as local research institutions like the Vineland Research Center. Next page. So this is a little bit about who we are, and I'm here today to answer any questions that you may have or to dive in any deeper on anything that you see in the presentation that I handed out to all of you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akeem, for your delegation. So we'll take questions and comments after the report. Yeah. All right. So we need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Corstanzi.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Corstangi. Resolved that the delegation from Akeem Gardner and Manal Jaffer be received. All in favor? It's carried. All right, now we move to report PA 2304, A4722, 29 Kemp Road East, minor variance application, town representation at the Ontario Land Tribunal. Good evening, Walter.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council and members of the public. Pleasure to meet everybody and see everybody here again.
If you could go to the presentation, please, Katie. I'll keep it brief. Thank you. If you go to the next page. Again, just to give you an overview, the property that's subject to this application is outlined in yellow, delineated as subject lands on the plan that you see there. The proposed building is proposed to be located in the approximate location that's marked there on the plan. Again, the property abuts Kemp Road East, and it's located directly behind the lots on the east side of Mountain Road. Next slide, please. Now, again, the proposal, Akeem presented it in quite a bit of detail, so this is just a summary of the proposal for the site. If you go to the next slide, please. In response to the application to the Committee of Adjustment, which was essentially to vary a use that's already permitted on within that particular zoning category. Cannabis facilities are permitted in that zoning category, subject to certain regulations. The application was to vary the use from a cannabis facility to a hemp processing facility. In response to the application, as was submitted by the applicants, planning staff had no objection to the proposed, to the approval of the application, subject to these two conditions. As in our opinion, the proposed variances or the proposed variance met the four tests that are prescribed by the Planning Act. And the conditions that we suggested would be appropriate for a variance approval was site plan approval to address the detailed site design, the location of the building, required parking, loading and unloading, driveway entrance, screening of the facility to nearby sensitive land uses, and so on. The second condition that we requested was that there be no growing of hemp, processing of hemp leaves, or growing of or processing of cannabis or cannabis-related products be not permitted on the subject lands. So, subject to those two conditions, it is our view and recommendation that the application met the four tests established by the Planning Act. Next slide, please. The committee, again, the committee meeting was well attended by area residents. The committee decided to deny the application, as in the opinion of the committee, the application did not meet the four tests prescribed by the Planning Act. Next slide, please. The applicant has appealed the denial of the Committee of Adjustment to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and now it's before the council to determine whether or not it wants to make representation at the Ontario Land Tribunal and take a position. So if you go to the next slide, again, the nature of the report is to, again, receive the report, and secondly, staff recommend that council take the position that was consistent with staff's position to support the application, as in our opinion, the application meets the four tests prescribed by the Planning Act. We are also recommending that because it was denied, the applicant appealed that decision. We are therefore recommending that the town solicitor engage the applicants and establish minutes of settlement that would be presented to the Ontario Land Tribunal for their review and approval. And that's my presentation, Mayor.
Thank you, Walter. Questions or comments? Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to say I applaud what you're trying to do. So, in principle. However, I don't agree that this was rightfully should have gone to Committee of Adjustment. It should have come through a regular planning process with public input and discussion, and that's how it should have been. Now that it's gone to the Ontario Land Tribunal, it's somewhat out of our hands. However, we can make a delegation to the Ontario Land Tribunal to support the concerns of the Committee of Adjustment. Of course, this is always challenging when our own staff have provided a report that is supporting. I'd like to go over the reasons why the Committee of Adjustment said that this did not meet the 4 tests. And this is the 4 tests for the Committee of Adjustment. So it's important that this is not about going through the regular planning process, but why it didn't fit for Committee of Adjustment. So first of all, they were not meeting the intent of the official plan or the zoning bylaw, and that required setback of 450 meters effectively becomes 0 meters. That the intent of this setback is for health, safety, and nuisance reasons. That the ZBL requires the crop to be grown on site, which we were told it would not be. Adverse effects such as odor and noise are unknown. I know you're claiming that there's not a problem, but we need a little more verification on that. That the variance deviated so far from the defined use that it constituted a new use, which is why it's not Committee of Adjustment, should come through the planning process, the regular open planning process. The variance did not satisfy the healthy community's intent of the official plan. And use is incompatible with the adjacent hamlet. And there's too many adverse impacts, both tangible and unforeseen. Variance is desirable from a private interest, but not necessarily a public interest perspective, which overrides private interest. And these were the reasons given by the Committee of Adjustment. And I think we have to respect the work that the committee does. And as I say, I'm not necessarily against what you're trying to do, but we have to respect the community around it, and that this be given a really open hearing through the regular planning process where we can discuss some of these issues, see how they can be mitigated. Because right now, by going to OLT, it's like an all or nothing. Although I know our planning department through Mr. Basic says perhaps we can negotiate an agreement, which would be fine, except where would be the public input into that negotiated agreement? And that's something that I think really needs to happen. And this is a highly sensitive issue, most notably from past experience that we have. As soon as you mentioned the word hemp, so we have to be very careful. And this is a commercial enterprise in a kind of agricultural residential area. So it would be my recommendation that we would make a delegation to the OLT saying this should come to the regular planning process where all of this can be fleshed out in a much more detailed way so that the residents, if we are able to come to some kind of agreement about how we proceed, that the residents in the surrounding area feel comfortable with what we're doing. And, they're worried about their land values, and that's fair. And at the same time, I know, Hakeem, you're trying to do something which is really innovative, and I'd like to see happen. But we really have to think about how do these two interests come together, and how can we find a solution that the community can live with? So my recommendation, ideally, my request would be for you to withdraw your OLT challenge and come through the regular planning process. And if you were still unhappy with that, you could go to OLT instead of cutting it off at this end. I think it would save you a lot of money and save us a lot of money and save the residents a lot of heartache. Failing that, then I think this is something we have to oppose at OLT and suggest it comes through the planning process.
Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I just would like to ask, I guess, Walter, good thing you're standing here. How was construction able to commence without the approval of the site plan?
The commencement of construction, I believe, did occur prior to approval, so Akeem can provide some input there, but a building permit has been issued in the last few weeks for the construction of the building.
Could you answer, so are the setbacks for an industrial building 300 meters? I saw the building permit was for a barn. Could you just touch on the difference in setbacks for the two?
When you say industrial building? Yeah, it's industrial buildings are in different zoning categories. Are you referring to a hemp processing facility? Yeah, the requirements would be the same in terms of the zoning bylaw. So if it's a permitted use, the setback requirements would be the same. There are issues associated with cannabis facilities. If it's a cannabis facility, there is an additional setback requirement of 450 meters, but this is not a cannabis facility, so that regulation wouldn't apply, if that's what you're referring to.
Thank you, Walter. I just, to voice my opinion and comments on this, I very much support what you're trying to do. The hemp plant is a miracle plant, and on my end, I like what it can do to feed the soil food web. My only issues with this are circumventing the building official process, and as well as Kemp Road and truck traffic, I believe that was shared at many of the Committee of Adjustment meetings. To me, this just isn't a good location for it, as much as I want to support what you're trying to do. And I believe what you're trying to do has many years of, if not decades or centuries of scientific distortion to battle. So I commend you on that, but I just don't think this is, in my opinion, the location to do it.
Councillor DeFlavio and Councillor Howe.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, I don't know if the deputy clerk can put the conditions back up from the presentation. I just have some questions. Sorry, I should have asked you earlier. Because I have questions about the conditions, if you don't mind. Yes, please. I think there were two conditions. I think it's done.
Second last slide.
It's my fault. I should have given you more. I'm right here beside you. I could have asked you earlier. The one before that. No? Before? Okay. So, questions about these, through your worship, questions about the conditions of approval. The first one, am I to understand that a site plan has been approved then? If building has been approved, or construction is, it's just a building permit that was approved so far for a barn on site, is that correct? Through you, your worship?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. The building permit that was issued for an agricultural building. If the use was to change to a hemp processing facility, another permit would be required, a change of use permit. It would also trigger a requirement for site plan approval through our site plan control bylaw also.
Okay.
Agricultural buildings are exempt from site plan approval.
Okay. I'm not thrilled about the way the process has gone, to be frank, because it seems like it's circumventing the process. But as far as the second condition is concerned, the no growing of hemp, processing of hemp, this is a really important condition, obviously, one that I think answers a lot of the concerns of residents. How can that be enforced? And how can we ensure, through you, Mayor, how can we ensure that this is actually what occurs on the site? What happens if somebody buys the property from Mr. Gardner and wants to change the use, or just changes the use? How do we enforce that condition?
Thank you. That's a good question, through you, Mayor. If that condition is imposed as a condition of approval of a minor variance, then it essentially becomes a zoning regulation. So it would be a permitted use, or these certain things would be prohibited as if they were identified in the zoning bylaw as being prohibited. So that operation cannot occur on the site unless those conditions are present on the site, which is those not occurring on the site.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of other questions.
So, sorry, I didn't finish.
Yeah, no.
So in terms of enforcement, it would be an enforcement under the Planning Act, non-compliance of zoning regulations. So it would be subject to the normal fines through the Planning Act, which is up to $100,000 a day per offense.
Okay, thank you. If approved, how would the land be, would it be a legal non-conforming use? Is that, how would this land be identified? How would it be taxed? So would it be industrial? Would it be considered commercial? I know that the assessment's based on property value, but there's a big difference between farmland and commercial and industrial. So, for example, if it was zoned industrial, the percentage would be significantly higher than if it were farm, for example. So how would taxation work? And you might not be able to answer that question because it's not your lane. So if you can, I understand.
I was going to say, through you, Mayor, you are correct. That's not my lane. Yeah, it would be assessed by the assessment office. They would apply a tax rate based on the use, whatever that use is, how they define it, in what category it fits in under their categories.
And through you, Mayor, so staff addressed issues like traffic and noise and road safety, because the width of that road is, I mean, it's a narrow rural road, and adding industrial use to a rural narrow road is a significant change. Staff was of the opinion, our public works staff was of the opinion that this road is adequate to, I don't know, maybe Mr. Gardner can answer, but I don't know what kinds of equipment, what kinds of machinery would be required, what kinds of trucking would be required to bring these, materials to process on site. Can the road handle that? What if it can't? What are the weight restrictions on that road? I don't know if you can answer those questions. Maybe Mr. Gardner can answer those questions. I have concerns about a lot of things, but those are some of the ones that really stand out. So I don't know if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, if Mr. Gardner answers some of those questions.
If I may start, Mr. Gardner may finish. The application was, with substantive amount of information, was circulated to also our Public Works Department. And through the review of the materials that was submitted, and based on the types of vehicles that were anticipated and the frequency of the vehicles that were anticipated on the road, our Public Works Department did not express any concerns or objections to the proposal.
would Mr. Gardner be able to answer the question about the size of the vehicle and the frequency of vehicles and the weight of the type of equipment that would be required on this kind of facility? Is that something you can answer, Mr. Gardner, or?
Yeah, if you take the podium, Akeem, and then you can answer that question.
Thank you, Walter, through you, Mr. Mayor, and to you, Councillor. Without having the specific rules and regulations, I know that on the road that there's a weight restriction of weight limit of what can and can't go on the road at a certain period of time. I think it's between January and March of the year, right? We were aware of that going into this. Just like any other agricultural operation, think of an alfalfa or corn farm, a grain operation, we don't expect our operation to be any different, which means we would harvest, not hemp, right? One of the crops that we would like to grow on the farm, should we be allowed to use the farm, alfalfa. It has a variety of polyphenols and flavonoids we're interested in as well. And in our harvest time, come fall, that's when we would harvest, we would do our processing, and then the product would leave. I've been in the area in spring, summertime, when farmers are getting ready for their crops, farmers up the street, I can't remember which way, sorry, northeast, southwest right now, but the similar vehicles and the similar traffic that's on the farm right now, we wouldn't be going over or beyond that. We're not coming there to bring a commercial operation. I know last time there was some confusion around the word industrial hemp and an industrial operation. The only reason why I use the word industrial hemp is to differentiate between CBD hemp, whereas CBD hemp is the hemp that grows like Christmas trees, that has the scent, and that's what people don't like. Our crop is a little bit different in that it's a grain and fibrous crop, very similar to alfalfa and other similar green crops as well. I don't know if that answers your question specifically, but think of this like any other grain operation.
Councillor Flavia.
Through you, Your Worship. So, I'm sorry, is it not a processing facility that you're putting on site with employment?
Like any other farm, right? You have to harvest the grain, wash the grain, process it, and then ship it out wholesale, right? So we would have contractors, agricultural or farm workers on the farm, but we're not going to be there every day. Our head office is in Mississauga, right? And that's where the bulk of our employees work. This is very much a farm operation, right? With or without the hemp.
Councillor Howe.
Walter, possibly for you, if I can, through you, Mayor. And those two sentences, that one, that last, yes, please. Too far away? Okay, number 2, and if I can read, no growing of hemp, processing of hemp leaves, but there's other parts to the hemp plant. What about the flower? Because that's where the seeds would be, but doesn't the flower come into play sometimes on?
Nope, because when you harvest grain, you use the cutter head that goes across, it goes into the bin, you clean the grain, and then you take the grain. The flour and stuff, we're not concerned with. That's for licensed producers under the Cannabis Act in Canada, and we don't operate there. We only do grain, and then the bales of hemp, like the fiber, much like your bales of hay or alfalfa or other crops, we would be interested in those for fiber processing as well.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, real quickly, with this facility, in order to do that, is that a federal license that you'll have to have at that time?
We've had an industrial hemp license since 2018, and we have that extended through 2025. We're allowed to operate.
Would that be transferred into Grimsby should you be successful? Or is that a new application?
The way how it works is that anywhere that we process or we have our industrial hemp, we have to notify the federal government of where we are going to be, right? And we can operate without any restriction within Canada, as long as we notify them within 60 days of cultivating industrial hemp.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharwa.
Through you, Mayor Jordan, this is actually for you, Walter. So one thing that I feel is lacking here is that there's no comment anywhere about the delegates, the residents that came to the Committee of Adjustment. So I know there was 2.5 hours of residents speaking about this. How many residents showed? Because I know it's usually hard to get people to delegate. So how many residents actually came and spoke online about this?
There were more than 20. Again, the recording of the meeting is part of the record. So when it's forwarded, when the record is forwarded to the Ontario Land Tribunal, it includes the recording of the meeting. So all the comments would be part of the record.
So yeah, I think it was considerably more than 20. It went on for quite a while. So although I will say I do commend you for this, and this is a situation for me. The residents, I came into this wanting to represent our community, and there are people that live in the area that are really upset by it, and I feel this is my role to represent them. So again, if this was a different location, I think you'd have a different outcome, but for me, it's just the wrong location.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess there's not much left to be said because between Councillor Vardy and Councillor DeFlavio, I think it's all been said. But we also have a responsibility to listen to the community. That's who elected us and who put us up here. And I listened, I sat through that particular Committee of Adjustment meeting for the whole of it, and I think it was 2.5 hours just based on this particular application. And I think there was like 32, if I remember correctly, 32 people in the community actually came as delegations, all against what you were doing. And I do admire what you're trying to do, and I think it's very innovative what you're trying to do. I mean, I don't know where this will go. I mean, I do have concern about, potential noise going forward, the odor going forward, the truck traffic, the wastewater, and so on and so forth. And I'm not going to go through that because Councillor already mentioned all those things in detail. But, I'm also a strong believer that when someone takes a property or has something, possession is 9/10 of the law. So once you are situated there, what happens going forward? I mean, what happens? You come back to council, come back to the town 5 years down the road, or 3 years down the road, or a year down the road, assuming that you get this approved, and you want to change it again. Now, to go down a road which is not approved by any of our zoning bylaws. And right now, I know we're in breach of one, which we would laboriously and it took a long time to change, and that's the 450-meter limit for this type of operation. And that one does not qualify at all, so I'm surprised that our planning department is actually saying it's okay to go ahead with this thing. So I can't, at this point in time, support this, and I struggle with it. I know what you're trying to do is good. The other thing I wanted to ask you, Akeem, I'm still puzzled as to whether you're growing hemp or not. I'm hearing that you're trucking it in and processing it. Then I hear in some of your language that you're actually growing it. Why would you truck the hemp into the facility to process it? Why not grow it somewhere else and process it somewhere else? Why Grimsby? Why do you want to come to Grimsby to truck it in here and then process it? It doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe you can make me a little wiser here.
Councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor, your question about growing the hemp, right? We do not need to grow hemp in order to run our process, and that's what I came here to make clear. I know in the previous Committee of Adjustment meeting, there was a lot of assumptions about what we were doing. And if you noticed in my language today, I did not specify hemp because we do not need to grow hemp to do what we're doing, and we don't need to do hemp seeds. If I was aware that this was the situation, I would have opposed to the labeling of a hemp facility because of the sensitivities around it. This is why I'm trying to use other crops for familiarity to you that are more regular in farm country. Alfalfa is a crop that we would be very, very interested in doing, and we can process alfalfa and have the same results, right? Industrial hemp grain, not the plant and not the CBD hemp, is another crop that we would be interested. Soy, a variety of other plants have the molecules that we're looking for. The key, though, is that it all starts on the farm. I wish I had money that I can choose my property anywhere in Ontario, because I wouldn't be going through this, because I want to be received. I want to be part of the community that I'm operating in so that I can support you guys as strong as you are together, right? Sometimes circumstances dictate where you end up, and it's a long story, a 5-year story of how I got to Grimsby. I can tell you it on another time. We don't have time to.
Another time.
Exactly.
But I'm still not hearing what I want to hear. Are you going to be growing hemp or not growing hemp?
Sorry.
Are you going to bring hemp in to process it, or do you need to process hemp or grow hemp on the property at all?
In regards to the conditions laid out by the planning staff, we have no opposition to those conditions. We can fall in line with them. I made you promises here today that's on public record. You asked how you know I'm not going to change my mind again. It was recommended that we can settle, we can make contracts are binding. I'm willing to work with the township to be able to move things forward as accepted.
So you don't have to grow hemp. Am I hearing that? I'm sorry, I'm struggling with this.
We do not have to grow hemp.
So why are we positioning this as a hemp production property?
As I mentioned, if I knew that the sensitivities around hemp, I would have nicked this in the butt a long time ago. Someone else mentioned, and I just want to touch on this about the process. We came to City Council and we went through the pre-consultation and all the consultation meetings, and we took advice and provided what was required from us. Sometimes we missed a step. That was our bad. We don't know every single thing, right? But I will push back there and say, we've tried to follow process as much as it's been put out to us and ask the right questions. We're not here to make any enemies. We're here to be part of a community.
And we're not the enemy, by the way. No. We're not that. But I mean, but when I look at all the documentation that's up in front of us, it's hemp. It's all hemp.
No, it didn't.
That's what it says.
My presentation didn't have hemp.
But our planning department says hemp. So are we approving a hemp or not approving a hemp production here? I'm not hearing this.
Sorry,
do we know?
I might be able to
Do we
help.
actually know?
I might be able to help. The application initially was for a hemp processing facility.
Right.
So what Mr. Gardner is saying that to do what he wants to do there, from what I'm hearing now, he doesn't need to grow hemp. He doesn't need to have hemp in the facility itself. So this would be potentially all part of the discussion or negotiation process going forward. So if council sees it fit, these could be conditions that could be imposed in any decision that's ultimately rendered by the Ontario Land Tribunal if council feels it's appropriate.
I don't want to belabor it. You hear what I said. I'm still not hearing what I want to hear. But anyways, I don't know how you take this thing forward. I can't approve it the way it is, that's for sure. And I see, 30-odd residents with their properties up on that area surrounding that particular facility, and my heart goes out to them. But anyways, I'm a little bit confused, and I'm not clear on what's going on, so I cannot approve this as it currently sits, so I guess it's going to have to go to LT. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Correspondence.
Through you, Mayor. So from what I understand, it's its own specialty crop, or both of you, and you're gonna grow alfalfa or corn or whatever on the specialty crop. But you also want a processing facility on the property to process. So I just have concern with zoning. I feel like it's a zoning issue because we're building a processing facility on where it's specialty crop. I understand we're also going to have crop, but then it also sort of transitions into commercial/employment. I think that's where a lot of the issues come from, especially from the residents. And then we don't know how it's going to be taxed. So that doesn't really determine the zone. So I feel like the zoning would have to be changed in order for you to have the processing facility, which I think leads to where a lot of the confusion is coming from, whether it's hemp or it's alfalfa or if it's whatever.
Yeah, agriculturally related uses are permitted uses in the official plan, in the good tender fruit designation. The zoning bylaw, and again, it's a general policy. The zoning bylaw wasn't specific enough. Like I said previously, cannabis processing facilities are a permitted use, right? So what we're saying is that in our analysis of the application, what we're saying is that a processing facility like this is similar to a cannabis processing facility minus the smell, and that's why it's appropriate for the site in general. Now, there are many things that we still need to work out in terms of the impact of the operation itself on the surrounding land uses, like truck traffic, like noise, like lighting, parking, dust, all these things that we normally adjust through site plan process. But the use itself is a use that's identified in our official plan as being appropriate, and it's a type of use that's encouraged to be located in settlement areas or around settlement areas or close to settlement areas, like a hamlet. A hamlet also permits non-residential uses. There are non-residential uses there now. So our analysis is that it's an appropriate use for that area, and as long as there are appropriate measures taken into account to ensure that the use is compatible and stays compatible, then it's appropriate. And it's an appropriate way to establish use through the Committee of Adjustment, through a minor variance, because the use is similar to a use that's already permitted on the site, or in that zone, sorry.
Is that specific to cannabis processing or processing of any?
Yes, cannabis processing.
But this is not cannabis.
The processing would be similar, like the operation would be similar, like I said, but without the smell. And the cannabis processing, the concern always with the cannabis processing is always the odor and the impact of the odor on surrounding residential areas.
Okay, so just to clarify, the minor variance then is the fact that it's not cannabis, but it's so it's a variance from the specific of cannabis. Okay,
That's
I understand.
Correct. Yeah.
So just before Councillor Vardy goes for a second round, I only want to ask this question just because I haven't heard it from anyone, and I think it's valid. So not to say Akeem would do this, but since our planning allows a cannabis processing facility, but we have a 450-meter setback on that. So how I don't see how someone would now challenge our official plan and go back to OLT and say, well, this cannabis processing facilities are allowed, so why can't I have a cannabis processing facility because the official plan says so, and then they get around the 450 meters. So.
Well, it's specifically identified in the zoning bylaw, specifically regulated with specific setback requirements for that kind of a facility. So it's not just, and as you recall, through our amendments to our official plan and zoning bylaw, there are other requirements associated even with cannabis facilities, and that's the establishment of odor control measures, ventilation systems within the facilities themselves. And I'll use the facility that we had in Grimsby on the South Service Road on the town of Lincoln border. the facility on the Grimsby side had all the proper ventilation facilities, and it didn't cause odor problems. But the one in the town of Lincoln didn't have the ventilation facilities and caused the odor problems. So it just shows the difference of applying appropriate measures to even potentially noxious facilities, which we feel this wouldn't be.
Thank you. Councillor Barty.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. And this to Walter. You say all of these details would be worked out in the site plan, yet you said the site plan has been approved. So which is it? Have they been worked out or not worked out?
Sorry, through you, Mayor. No site plan application's been made. A building permit's been issued for an agricultural building. But if it's a processing, if the owner wishes to change the use of the building from an agricultural building to a processing facility building, that would require a change of use permit through the Ontario Building Code, and it would also trigger a requirement for site plan approval.
So we already know it's a processing facility. So why is it a farm building? Because we already know you've just said it's for processing. So which is it? So, we approved one, presumably, but did we approve it and then think we'll change it after? Or knowing that it was going to be this other thing, why didn't we just apply for this other thing?
And again, I'm here to do what we're allowed to do, right? Right now, I have agricultural crop and storage crop that I can use in an agricultural building. If you would allow me, I can go one step further. If you would allow me, I can go one step further than that. But at any given step, we can stop and we'll be okay with it.
Okay, so the proviso that planning put in their report was no hemp, or no cannabis, no hemp leaves, but didn't say anything about hemp stock, and I think that's what you actually were using for these polyphenols, right? So would you have to truck in the hemp stock?
That depends.
Was that your plan? Because you can't grow it. So was your plan to truck it in from maybe someone that was legally growing hemp so that you could process the stock part of it? Because when we state these things, we're very specific, right? No leaves, but we don't say anything about stalks. So we have to be very careful about this.
I understand. I want to give two examples that can answer your question through you, Mr. Chair. I've been working with farmers over the last 5 years. I've worked with farmers that on their land, they have grain silos, they grow their own corn, but they also bring corn from their neighboring farms to be able to produce, right? Same thing with farmers that do hay. They have bales of hay that they have on their land. They need more to be able to produce and fulfill their contracts. If we're allowed to grow crops on the farm, green crops, our preferable crop would be alfalfa since we're not allowed to grow hemp, right? We can process the grain from the alfalfa, but also the stalks from the alfalfa and get our ingredients. If we are allowed to bring crops from neighboring farms in Niagara region as well to fulfill our contracts, we can do that as well. None of the products that we will bring, though, are any products regulated by the Cannabis Hemp Act. Only the Industrial Hemp Act, which we have a license for right now, which we're allowed to do.
Okay, so it's any part of the hemp that I think has got the community upset. Would you be willing to do a facility and state absolutely no hemp product whatsoever? No,
Oh,
he can wait.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I would be open to the conversation. I would love to understand why. Again, at the Committee of Adjustment meeting, all the pushback that I heard was about the smell, the noise, the light pollution, growing this crop in the backyard for the kids that are growing out around nearby, and I don't think we're doing any of that. So I would wonder, and my question would just be to understand why a fiber stock, just like any other agricultural fiber stock, you wouldn't allow on the farm.
Fear of smell, that that's the answer.
It doesn't smell.
But fear of. Okay, but let me just ask you this one last thing, and I'm losing my train of thought here. Would you be willing to step back from your OLT and go through a regular planning process so that we can have a more open discussion with the community? Would you be willing to pause that so that, because the big issue is the community does not feel that this is a committee of adjustment issue, that it needs to be fleshed out a lot more. And we're in the position of supporting the community, so our only option is to oppose you. So if you were to go through a regular planning process, we might be able to come to some kind of terms. And it wouldn't take, you know, it's unfortunate that you went to the Committee of Adjustment. Given the sensitivity, I can see how we kind of arrived here. But it's just going to cost you money and cost us money. Would you be willing to pause that and try a more open, transparent process that would allow for more of this community input?
I'm open to working this out the best way possible. My fear is, though, that the neighbors don't trust me or believe me. I've been heard at the Committee of Adjustment meeting that you believe we're going to start one way and this is going to end up something different. I've heard you all say that, how do you know that if you approve this, I don't change my mind? Or I think someone said, right? If we could come to a resolution, I would be open to it. That's the way that I would like to approach this.
So I really hope that you don't take this personally, because it's really not personal. It really is our past history with a hemp facility or cannabis facility, cannabis hemp, that has caused, I mean, it went to Committee of Adjustment. The setbacks were decreased by something like 150 meters or whatever, you know, so that that it became very close to residential neighborhood. The smell permeates kilometers away. So you're dealing with a community that has already been like damaged, you know, like when we look up at the sky at this hemp facility, it looks like somebody dropped a nuclear bomb. You know, the sky's all red. And so the community is understandably really fearful. And so it's nothing personal to you, but added to that, you know, when we say, well, we could fine you or we could do whatever, the community, which is just on the other side of the border, they're having all kinds of problems, and their only recourse is to go to court. So who wants to approve something knowing that, well, if it doesn't work out, we're going to have a long legal battle? So I don't want you to take this personally, because it's not about that, but it's about how a community has been adversely affected in the past and have some legitimate worries as soon as they hear that word.
Again, and I think I've said this multiple times, you guys have shown me what community means and the power of community. I want you on our side. I'm willing to come, have the conversation, and be open and transparent about what we're doing and get the rule books given to us, if you, for lack of a better term, right? It's like basketball, right? I know the rules of the game, I can play the game, and then I can try to win, right? I'm open to that. I'm not here trying to oppose, sneak something across you or get it across some sort of part of the process, right? And that's what I want. That's why I'm here today. That's why I stayed at the Committee of Adjustment meeting and heard every single person's alleviations. I came here today and made you guys promises that was directly speaking to you about what you don't want in your community. And I'm willing to do that, right? So, short answer to your question, I'm willing to try anything that the community wants me to do to make this happen.
All right. So I'll read the resolution that's on the floor, and then we'll get a mover and seconder. Resolved that report PA 23-02 A47-22, 29 Kemp Road East, minor variance application, town representation at the Ontario Land Tribunal, dated February 21st, 2023, be received, and that council instruct town's legal counsel to reach a settlement with the appellant, accepting the planning staff recommendation contained within the planning staff report regarding minor variance application A47-22 for 29 Kemp Road East, and present such settlement to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Sharwa, second by Councillor Flavio. Guess we should probably have a recorded vote on this.
Do I do that?
Yes. Oh, we'll go, okay. Well, we can do online voting then through e-scribe, but it will be recorded. All right, so that's defeated. So what we need to do now is have a supplicant, or another resolution that gives...
Can I put forward a motion?
Yes, Councilor Barty.
I would propose that we make representation to the applicant to consider pausing his OLT and coming through the expedited planning process where we can have this in a more open discussion within the community so that we can come to an agreement in a transparent process. My concern about having the lawyer do it is that the community isn't party to the negotiation. They don't see what's being discussed. And I think that we can resolve this in a very positive way, just through the regular planning process. And that's not going to cost us any money with the lawyer. And if we make a commitment to the applicant that we will do this in an expeditious way, that we're not going to put this on the long finger, that we'll deal with this right away and go through all the steps on a priority basis, because I know he wants to get started, that I'm sure that we can kind of come to some amicable terms that will satisfy the community and satisfy him, that we can come to some kind of agreement outside of the OLT process, which, as I said, is only going to cost us money and him money. So, and if it fails, he can continue, he can go back to OLT. And, you know, he's nothing lost if he does that. It's not going to cost him any more money to come through the regular planning process. I see him shaking his head, so if we can put that forward, that motion, I'd be...
Walter, did you want to comment on that, please?
Yeah, I was just curious as to what your thoughts were about what a regular planning process is. What is that? Is that an application?
Yeah, the way we normally do, where there's an open house, there's community comments, and then it comes to council and council decides.
Would that be a zoning amendment application?
If that's what's required here.
There's a minor variance application and a zoning amendment. Those are the only options
So then
from an application perspective, and the zoning amendment's $19,000.
Sorry, can we hear from the applicant?
May I ask, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor, because we have the settlement option, but I know you want us to come and do this sort of more community-facing, can we not do the town hall discussion and the conversation and take the minutes from that and give that to the solicitors to negotiate what needs to be done and then bring that to the OLT as a decided deal between us and the committee and the town? Would that not work?
I think that's a great idea. Can we work that into the motion so that we would do an open house first and then we could do a negotiation? Well, I'm trying to save everybody money here, and I'm trying to be inclusive of what the residents want to do. So, you know, sometimes we have to think outside the box a little bit, maybe deviate a little bit from the norm. I don't think it's fair to make them pay another $19,000. So why can't we do an open house? Get the like a wider public comment, get some of these things sort of issued out, and then we can instruct our lawyer to negotiate. I'm fine with that, but I don't want to just negotiate. I want this open house. Fair enough? Can we add that into the motion?
Walter, do you have comments on that?
No, I just made myself available if anybody had any questions. Thank you.
All right. So with this being at the OLT, how do we work in, like logistically, work in an open house? Like, I just don't understand the process.
I'll start. Council can have any meeting you want. It's, if you need a meeting to assist you in arriving at some kind of a settlement with the applicant, then it could be held at any time. That's convenient for council, convenient for the applicants, convenient for the residents. Did you want to?
I will just add, Mr. Mayor, we go in front of the OLT, the first meeting's in April, so we have a lot of time. Like Councilor said, we can do this expeditiously. I'm available to drive in anytime and to come chat and discuss what we're doing and hear the comments from the neighbors as well.
See you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, this application is currently at OLT, right? Until we see the applicant withdraw, it is interviews at OLT. So either council needs to find a representation by retaining town's legal counsel to support the Committee of Adjustments decision, or you are looking to settle the matter at OLT, right? So I need clarification whether our vision is to settle, and if we want to do those open house to get to the settlement, or are we looking to represent Committee of Adjustments decision? So I think that's two different views because we are currently at OLT.
I don't want to change my motion. What motion? Go ahead.
I want to have an open house, and we can decide. We can have special committee where special committee meeting where we discuss this between now and April 1, and then that will give us some idea of how we could possibly negotiate. In April, we could pass the motion that Councillor Frank Freak is suggesting. But I don't want to just go into negotiation. I want to have a broader, open process.
Walter?
Right. And again, you'll need to think about if you're going to have a quorum. Is it a council meeting? Are you advancing the business of the municipality?
Yeah, if we had a special meeting of council where we could discuss this openly, then we could take a decision at that time about how we proceed.
Yes, thank you. I was looking to the CAO and the clerk to see what status the meeting would have.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to try and clarify, the way I read this is it's already in the hands of the OLT. So they have the information, and I think whatever we did, if we were to have a public open house and we wanted to provide that information, it's not going to quote unquote save money, I think is what you're saying, because we'd still need to have some representation at the OLT because it's there. There's nothing, it's not been removed. So any information we give them after the public meeting, we would have to give it to our legal counsel. We couldn't just represent without them.
Can we not ask the OLT to change the date? We do that all the time.
Yeah.
Well, we're having discussions with developers. That's a viable option, no?
My understanding of, through you, Mayor, my understanding of Councillor Vardy's suggestion is that this open house wouldn't necessarily inform the OLT. It would inform council's decision as to whether or not to settle on any particular minutes of settlement for this proposal. So it essentially would assist you in making a decision as to whether or not you as council would settle with the applicant in any way.
That's correct.
Is that right?
That's correct, and that would also allow for more open input.
So, and then if a settlement is reached, that settlement would be brought forward to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, there still could potentially be a hearing if there are any residents that aren't satisfied with the conclusion of the settlement. There's still a potential that a full hearing would still occur.
While we discuss where we're at, we're going to take a recess until 9:30.
Have a kettle and a variety of teas.
All right, welcome back. We have a resolution on the floor, moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Questions or comments from council? All right, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that report PA 23-02, A47-22, 29 Kemp Road East, minor variance, application, town representation at the Ontario Land Tribunal dated February 21st, 2023 be received, and that council instruct the town's legal counsel to negotiate a settlement with the appellant and further that an open house be held. Vote on e-scribe, please. And it'll be a recorded vote. All right, so that is carried. All right, now we're moving to correspondence.
Correct.
Need a mover and seconder. Oh, Councillor DeFlavio.
There's correspondence from Niagara on the Lake regarding Bill 23, and I'd like to endorse it. It talks about the impact of Bill 23 and the province sitting down with municipalities to discuss the impact of I think the words were financial and other impacts, but I think it goes along with what we've discussed on several occasions as a council and what our beliefs are. So if people are in favor of endorsing it, I'd like to endorse that resolution.
Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the following correspondence be received. Niagara on the Lake Bill 23, letter to Premier to be endorsed. Joint Fire Services Advisory Committee memo to Grimsby Council. AMO ending homelessness in Ontario. All in favor? That's carried. And then we have the ending homelessness resolution to be endorsed. Do you want? Yeah, well, that'll go up on the screen. It's quite lengthy. council's had a chance to read that? All right, moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Therefore, be it resolved that the town of Grimsby calls on the provincial government to urgently acknowledge that homelessness in Ontario is a social, economic, and health crisis, commit to ending homelessness in Ontario, work with AMO and a broad range of community, health, Indigenous, and economic partners to develop, resource, and implement an action plan to achieve this goal, and further that a copy of this motion be sent to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Minister of Children, Community and Social Services, the Minister of Health, and to the Associations of Municipalities of Ontario. All in favor? That's carried. Next meeting of the Committee of the Whole is scheduled for March 6, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Good evening, everyone. We'll reconvene for the council meeting at 5 to 10. Council meeting of Tuesday, February 21st, 2023. Can everyone stand for the playing of the national anthem? Niagara Region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendoronk, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality of Niagara and the town of Grimsby stand with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest? Seeing none, before we get to the approval of the minute or the agenda, we have I have a couple of announcements. The board and committee open house on February 15th was a major success, and applications are now available on the town's website, www.grimsby.ca, and will remain open until March 5th. Alternate formats of the application are available upon request to the clerk's department. And I also want to take a moment to wish the town of Grimsby a very happy Heritage Week. I want to especially thank the people that came before us and helped shape this town into what it is today. From the first Indigenous people that forged and gathered and inhabited our lands, to the European settlers that brought with them their beautiful architectural styles, technology, and innovation, and to all the people that have come and continue to come to our beautiful community, sharing with us their traditions and culture. Our town is proud of our rich, diverse history, and we strive to be front runners in the preservation of our stories, our traditions, and our buildings. I want to give a very special thank you to our volunteers, our curators, our archivers, our heritage homeowners, and all those that contribute to the preservation of our tangible and intangible history. Please stay tuned to our social media accounts over the next week as we celebrate Heritage Week. Need a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Correspondence. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Correspondence. Resolved that the February 21st, 2023 council meeting agenda be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we need a mover and seconder for the approval of the minutes.
I wanted to list an item
All right.
from the committee of the whole.
Yeah, which item?
So from Committee of the Whole, item 8.2, CW 23-031 Fire Services.
Yeah, we're just drafting the motion for separate consideration right now. So we have Councillor Charwa as the mover for the separate consideration. Do we have a seconder? Councillor DeFlavio? Moved by Councillor Charwa, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that Resolution CW 23-031 from the Committee of the Whole minutes of February 6, 2023 be lifted for separate consideration. Vote on your e-scribe, please. All right, that's been carried.
Thank you.
All right, it's been lifted, so Councillor Shoa, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jordan, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk on this. So if you recall, I had brought this motion. It had passed unanimously regarding asking for just a brief report on the financials with the fire services pilot, just to know that we are, it's an equitable partnership. And So anyhow, I was disappointed that a report was declined at the last minute. So because this pilot has been ongoing for 17 months and there hasn't seemed to be any minutes or a whole lot of transparency on what's happened on the Grimsby side, I'm going to ask for an information request to the finance department, if I could just get the financials, the cost for fire protection and fire services for 2022 fiscal year and the 5 years previous. So not looking for a whole breakdown, just a brief outline. Thank you. If we could have it so that the town of Grimsby Finance does that, that's fine. It's important for me, though, that we get this information before budget, because it's, we really need to know what's been going on. So again, and I apologize if I'm not being correct as far as notice of motion. It's an information request, so I'm assuming hopefully that this will expedite the process somewhat. That's great, thank you.
We're just getting the resolution printed now. Moved by Councillor Charwa, second by Councillor DeFlavio, whereas in an effort to equally stabilize expenses and resources for fire services in both Grimsby and Lincoln, the town of Grimsby and the town of Lincoln began a shared fire service pilot project on October 1st, 2021. Whereas the town of Grimsby has contributed ample financial investments toward fire services since the inception of the pilot program. Therefore, be it resolved that a brief report on governance, cost-sharing, capital property, and purchasing as noted in Phase 1 of the Shared Fire Services Pilot Project Report CAO 21-10 up until January 16, 2023. The report shall separate sections by each municipality and allow council to assess the contributions of both Grimsby and Lincoln in the shared services agreement after the conclusion of the fire master plan, and that Grimsby staff provide a 6-year fiscal history for the town of Grimsby fire service budget. And a vote on your e-scribe? Yeah, Councillor Charwa.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm just asking for clarification if I need to include financial, the finance department, Grimsby, you know? I'm assuming that, the assumption is that's going to come from them, right? Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, we'll try this again. Moved by Councillor Charwa, second by Councillor DeFlavio, whereas in an effort to equally stabilize expenses and resources for the fire services in both Grimsby and Lincoln, the town of Grimsby and the town of Lincoln began a shared fire services pilot project on October 1st, 2021, and whereas the town of Grimsby has contributed ample financial investments towards fire service since the inception of the pilot program, be it resolved that Grimsby staff provide 6 fiscal year history for the town of Grimsby fire service budget. All in favor, or e-scribe?
Clarification, sorry. This is, I'm asking for an information request. It's not another notice of motion, right?
It's not a notice of motion.
So your motion, the notice of motion was passed as a motion, so you still have a motion in place, so we're amending that motion that was
Yes.
passed to this.
So that it takes away what you don't want now.
Yeah.
And it'll give you what you want.
All right, that was carried. All right. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Vardy, resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of February 6, 2023, save and accept an administrative error on report FIN 23-05, tax write-offs, originally noting $27,232.61 should read $9,917.70, and that this be noted here and approved as amended, and that council minutes of February 6, 2023, special council minutes of February 9th, 2023, and special council minutes of February 13th, 2023 be approved. Please vote on your e-scribe. That's carried. All right, we need a mover and seconder for the first reading of the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Vardy, resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 23-14 and 23-15, and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor Davoli. Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor Davoli, resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 23-14 and 23-15, read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed. The mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? It's carried. Sorry. All right, now we move to announcements from council.
Hearing none.
Councillor Sharwa.
Through you, Mayor Jordan, thank you. So Councillor Howe and I are now members of the Grimsby Public Library. So yes, don't worry. So anyhow, Catherine had asked me if I could just speak on behalf of their one event. So this is kind of a last minute thing. So just bear with me if I make a mistake here. But she just wanted everyone to know that we are, we have the One Book, One Niagara event, and we're championing the book Care Of by Ivan Coyote as our community read. And we're encouraging everyone in Niagara to read it. Various events are taking place across the region in support of this initiative. All Niagara Public Libraries, as well as Niagara College and Brock University, are collaborating on this community reading event. And in addition to that, the Grimsby Book Club event for Care of will take place on Wednesday, March the 1st. Books are available at the library. Also, the culminating event will take place on Wednesday, March 29th at 7 p.m. at Brock University. Everyone is invited to attend, so get your free ticket online. And it is on eventbrite.com. And it is One Book, One Niagara featuring Ivan Coyote tickets. So if you have any questions on that, you can also look up the information on the Grimsby Public Library website or their Facebook page as well. They're very effective if you need to ask some questions for clarification. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharwa. Any further announcements? I just have one more. Also, it being Heritage Week, it is also Scouting Week, and Councillor Vardy and Councillor Corstanzi joined me today to raise the Scouting Week flag with the First North Grimsby Scout Pack. So we were all there to raise that flag as well. Seeing no further announcements, before we move into close, the next council meeting is scheduled on March 6, 2023, immediately following Committee of the Whole. And we need a mover and seconder to move into closed. Moved by Councillor Corstangi, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Corstangi, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that council meeting closed session under section 2392B of the Municipal Act, where a closed meeting is held if the subject matter being considered pertains to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Section 2392E of the Municipal Act, where a closed meeting is held if subject matters being considered as litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. All in favor to go into closed? That's carried. We're now closed. All right, welcome back, everyone.
The big motion first, right? All right. We don't have a big copy.
All right, we're just waiting for the resolution that came out of closed session. All right, we just need a mover and seconder for the resolution coming out of close. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor DeFlavio.
He should.
Oh, yeah. All right, moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Frake. Whereas the town of Grimsby values equality and inclusivity in all areas of life, including politics, whereas women have historically been underrepresented in politics and continue to face barriers and discrimination in the pursuit of elected office, whereas misogyny and harassment have been identified as significant challenges for women in politics both in Canada and around the world, whereas the Town of Grimsby believes that all individuals have the right to participate in a political environment that is free from discrimination, harassment, and misogyny. Therefore, be it resolved that the Town of Grimsby expresses its support for women in politics and their right to participate in a political environment that is free from misogyny and harassment, where everyone feels equal. Be it further resolved that the Town of Grimsby commits to taking steps to ensure that our political environment is inclusive and welcoming to all individuals, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, or other identity factors. Be it further resolved that the Town of Grimsby encourages other municipalities in Ontario and across Canada to join us in supporting women in politics and promoting gender equality in all areas of society. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to all Ontario municipalities for endorsement, the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Grimsby's MP and MPP, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario to express the Town of Grimsby's commitment to this issue and encourage action at the provincial level to create legislation to ensure equality, safety, and security. And recorded vote, we'll do a written one. It's on the second page there.
There it is. There it is.
There it is.
Do you want me to call it?
Yes, please.
Okay. A recorded vote. Councillor DeVoley.
Yes.
Councillor Frake.
Yes.
Councillor Howe.
Yes.
Councillor Vardy.
Yes.
Councillor Cherwa.
Yes.
Councillor Corstanzi.
Yes.
Councillor Baradzi.
Yep.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Yes.
And Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
And that's carried unanimously.
Yeah. All right, we need a mover and seconder for first reading of the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Sharwa, second by Councillor Devoli. Moved by Councillor Sharwa, second by Councillor Devoli. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 23-16 and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Moved by Councillor Correspondence, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Correspondence, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 23-16, read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed. The mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule to the council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? It's carried. Meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.